the Pacifica City Council. It is November 8th, 2021. We have our special meeting starting at 6:30, and I'm going to check with the city clerk to see if there's any. First of all, if you would please give a description of the meeting, and then secondly, if we have any public comment.
So this is opening the meeting for the closed session item, a conference with legal counsel for existing litigation as described in tonight's city council meeting agenda. And if any members of the public attending would like to speak regarding the closed session item on the agenda, please raise your hands now. Mayor Beckmeyer, I'm not seeing any raised hands from the public.
All right, in that case, then we will retire to closed session and return at 7. Thank you.
The meeting via the Zoom link provided in the agenda or by phone to the dial-in number and webinar ID in the agenda. The meeting may also be observed live on local TV channel 26 or online at www.cityofpacifica.org/live stream. For this meeting, live verbal public comments may be made through Zoom. For members of the public participating via Zoom, use the raise hand button to indicate that you wish to speak on an agenda item or during oral communications when the mayor calls upon that item. For those participating by phone, use *9 to raise your hand to request to speak. The city clerk will call upon speakers at the appropriate time and allow you to unmute to talk after calling you by screen name or the last 4 digits of your phone number if calling in. Please clearly state your full name for the record at the start of your public comment. Written and email public comments will not be read during the meeting, but will be made part of the written record and were provided to council members for those comments received by 12 p.m. today. The format of this meeting may be altered or the meeting may be canceled if needed. You may check on the status of the meeting by visiting the city's website at www.cityofpacifica.org for any updates.
Thank you very much. All right, I will read our land acknowledgement. The City of Pacifica acknowledges that we occupy the unceded ancestral homeland of the Ramaytush Ohlone people, who are the original inhabitants of the San Francisco Peninsula. We honor the Ramaytush Ohlone people for their enduring commitment to Mother Earth. As the indigenous protectors of this land, and in accordance with their traditions, the Ramaytush Ohlone have never ceded, lost, or forgotten their responsibilities as the caretakers of this place, as well as for all people who reside in their traditional territory. We affirm their sovereign rights as First Peoples and wish to pay our respects to the ancestors, elders, and relatives of the Ramaytush Ohlone people. Very well. We will have a salute to the flag by our local veterans. Veteran Greg Stepanenko from the American Legion. And City Clerk Coffey, my information is cut off. Is there another person's name there?
I don't see Greg Stepanenko on our attendees list right now, but they have submitted a video of the flag salute for us.
Very well.
One moment while I share the screen for that.
Thank you.
Arms. Please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty, justice for all. Order, arms.
Thank you very much to our veterans and to City Clerk Coffey.
And Mayor Beckmeyer, just like to note which local veterans were present in the flag salute video that was shown. We had Wayne Dolan, Roger Maciel, Greg Freeman, Vern Alonso, and Greg Stepanenko was the videographer.
Thank you very much. Tonight we have a couple of special presentations. The first one is going to be to our Pacifica Veterans Memorial Group. Rich Jasso of that group will be present tonight, I believe, to accept the proclamation. Do we see Mr. Jasso in the audience tonight? Oh, I see Barbara Peterson is here. And probably Richard, the name Richard I'm seeing on my screen is Rich Jasso, maybe?
Okay, I think I'm here.
Hello, welcome. And Rich, did you want to have Barbara promoted as well?
Yeah, I'd like Michael Jelinski, actually the president of our group. He's back in Green Bay, Wisconsin. He's joining us, I hope.
Let's have him promoted as well, if we could, please.
And also Barbara Peterson. She's here in Pacifica.
See her there. Hi.
There she is, right?
Yep.
How you doing?
And I see Mike Jelinski's name on the screen, and we'll get him promoted. Hopefully his camera's working. There you are. Hi. Are there any other attendees that we need to promote tonight? No? All right. This is a proclamation of the City of Pacifica in recognition of the Pacifica Veterans Memorial Group. Whereas generations of Pacificans have answered the call to serve their country in the armed forces, and whereas between 1966 and 1970, 13 Pacificans made the ultimate sacrifice during the Vietnam War. And whereas in 2006, another Pacifican made the ultimate sacrifice in Iraq. And whereas the deaths of these young men continue to reverberate throughout our tight-knit community. And whereas fellow Pacificans Patty Hawker, Barbara Peterson, Richard Jasso, and Major General Michael Jelinski, U.S. Army retired, formed the Pacifica Veterans Memorial Group to undertake the creation of a memorial to honor their fallen friends, classmates, and neighbors. And whereas Patty, Barbara, Rich, and Mike have made their dream of a Pacifica Veterans Memorial a reality after years of planning, organizing, and fundraising. And whereas on Veterans Day, November 11th, 2021, on the site of the American Legion Post 238 in Rockaway Beach, a Pacifica Veterans Memorial will be unveiled as a fitting tribute to the service and sacrifice of Pacifica's fallen veterans. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Pacifica hereby proclaims November 8th, 2021 as Pacifica Veterans Memorial Group Day in the City of Pacifica in honor of those Pacificans who have dedicated themselves to keeping alive the memories of Pacifica veterans who made the ultimate sacrifice for our great country. Done this 8th day of November, 2021. It's been a long time coming, and I'm really pleased to have you here. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to you. If you've got some comments you'd like to make, I know our council members do, but we'll have you start.
Sure. I'll defer to my my brother in Green Bay, Wisconsin, because he's up later than all of us right now.
Thank you for being here. I can't hear you. I think maybe the mic might not be. There we go.
Well, you're welcome. That was a moving. That was a great proclamation. Thank you for doing that. Thank you for recognizing the efforts. This whole thing started out at a class reunion a couple years ago, and Rich Jasso, who deferred to me, has had this dream for years. And we got to talking about it at the reunion, and Rich enlisted Patty and myself and Barb to help make the dream come true. And it's an amazing thing that it got done. And it's going to happen on Thursday. I wish I could be there, but I can't. So I'm going to defer to either Barb or Rich because it's my turn to defer.
Excellent. Yeah, I'll take over because we've been working feverishly the last couple of weeks to get this memorial in place. In fact, we just had it installed just over 10 days ago. And there was a lot of rushing around, last minute stuff, and landscaping of the grounds and trying to prepare it for the 11th. And it was a day that was really held back last year by the pandemic. And as testimony to that, the inscription on the bottom of the monument says 11th of November, 2020. So we had that ghost year that went by. We had to navigate a lot of things as far as fundraising goes and not be able to meet in public like we had planned to with groups. Some we were able to. Right before the pandemic hit the Rotary Club. And then most recently I attended a dinner a couple of weeks ago. I want to really cite the groups that supported us as well as the individual donors because they really made this happen. And we held it together with hundreds of emails and texts and phone calls. We kept in touch and we were always collaborating. We never stopped. And we're just happy to move on to the next phase of this project, which is really going to make the monument area and site way more accessible than it is right now at present. So we meet ADA standards for paths around the entire area. Right now, we've had to just do temporary things with bark and some compressed granite rock. But we've certainly beautified the area best we can between Alan, myself, Barbara, my wife, Suzanne, and other people that were able to pitch in the last few days.
What an effort. I personally have been to a number of presentations by your group with the Rotary Club and I believe at the Democrats. I'm not sure where else I saw it. Mm-hmm. So, I've been following this. I know Councilmember O'Neill was involved from very early on as well. Barbara, did you have anything you wanted to add? Oh, can't hear.
Okay, there we go. I would like to thank all the donors for helping us out. We had people from all over the state, out of state, through the GoFundMe and through a campaign run by our other friend, Patty, who couldn't be here. Her Zoom doesn't work. And at any rate, thank you to everyone who donated and made it possible, and Rich and Mike and Patty for working so hard to see this through.
Thank you so much.
I did want to shout out to Mary Beer, friend of ours. She was the first, council person or friend, really, that we sat outside our group that sat down with us here in my home as a group and met with us for the first time. And it gave us some impetus and understanding of kind of what lied ahead. We didn't know what we were getting ourselves into. Years later, we're here,
Mary, did you want to speak on that?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I'm so thrilled that you all are here tonight. And it was such an honor to sit around the table with you and to witness the amount of caring that you had and the stories you had of each of these people and all the information that they have gathered about all of these people. It's really beautiful. And I know I didn't help you nearly as much as I wanted to, but it's just beautiful that you're here and that you finished. It really was an honor to sit at your table. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Council members?
I just wanted to say I was involved with Patty Hawks in the very early stages. I think she was the only one working on it with maybe one other person, and I had some conversations. But I have to say they did, from my perspective, probably 99.9% of the work, and I want to thank them for it. It is sad the reception some Vietnam veterans came home to versus other veterans, but I am happy to see that is recognized and that the group was able to make it to the finish line and the completion. So thank you.
Yeah, I just want to say one thing about that, and that's that this happened in towns, hamlets, and cities all over our country when our veterans came back from Vietnam, and maybe they weren't snubbed completely, but it was almost, it was by omission, they were ignored, okay, and not acknowledged. And that was worse. And a lot of them lived with that, never got over that. And my brother was one, my older brother. So I know how he felt because he could never talk about it. He didn't talk about it for 40 years.
I have to admit, one of my most vivid memories as a kid is a second cousin once removed. You know, the Irish, everybody's related. It's a small island, right? And I remember he went to basic training with two other buddies from Epiphany up in San Francisco. Mm-hmm. And they were all coming back from boot camp. And the plane had the pilot had a heart attack and the plane crashed and all three of them were killed. And it was Vietnam era. So, I mean, that's why he was in the Army, right? But I remember the most moving thing I can early recollections is standing there at the three open graves with this gun salute and the precision the military had. It was Army, you know, putting those three boys to rest that are still out at, you know, Golden Gate National Cemetery. Yeah. So it was the Vietnam era. He wasn't a Vietnam casualty, but it was all that era.
Yeah, I want to make mention of, because Michael won't bring it up himself, but Michael was the first Pacifican appointed to West Point, as some of you may already know. And he's somebody that gave our group a laser focus and organized approach to things, a real cohesive approach. And, you know, it wouldn't have happened without Michael. And I kind of knew intuitively when we were both trying to organize our 50th high school reunion that he was the man, you know. And as soon as I asked him if he would help in this project, it's been on my mind for 18 years or so since the moving wall came to Oceana in 2003. And he stepped up, he said yes. And he did more than say yes, and he followed through. And it's bittersweet because he won't be here Thursday, but we'll see him. We'll see him soon. Here, thanks, Mike.
Welcome.
So much.
Thank you, because I know there's one of the boys that was in my son's Boy Scout troop. He's gone through the Annapolis, and he's now a Rear Admiral at the Pentagon. So I guess we grow good in Pacifica.
You paved the way. Wow. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Councilmember Vaterlas.
I just want to thank you so much for everything. I've heard about this for years, but was not involved. And I'm proud of what you did. And what time is the ceremony on Thursday?
Okay. You know, all day today, or a good part of the day today, Barbara was working on the program itinerary for tomorrow. So I'm going to let her break down exactly what's happening on Thursday. Put you on the spot, Nick.
Yeah, thank you. So Thursday, we're having what I'm calling a semi-private ceremony. Okay. We're having the families of the fallen come exclusively at their own time to meet with the Legion and ourselves and unveil the monument and enjoy some time together, talking about our friends and their families and their children. Well, I don't think any parents are alive still, but brothers and sisters, nieces and nephews and friends. And then at 1 p.m., we're having invited the donors to come. The area we're having the ceremony in is very small. So we had to elect not to invite the general public for this part. There was just no way to fit hundreds and hundreds of people. And with COVID, we elected not to do that. But so it's starting at 1 o'clock. It's very brief. Rich will speak. We'll have some music.
So will Alan Hale, and so will
And Alan Hale will speak. He's from the
Evie
Legion.
and the invocation.
Yeah, and Father Neve. And then it'll be unveiled and the public will be invited to come and see it anytime they want to stop by. There will be coverage from the Pacifica Tribune. So it'll get out there to the public at that point. And you're welcome to come by. I'm sure we can fit 6 more people.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks so much. Councilmember Big Stick?
Yes, and I feel very new and very, this is very new to me, but though it'd be very little to offer, I have thanks to offer. And thank you for looking after our community in this way after the service you've already done. I offer appreciation for lack of any more I can. Thank you.
Well, thank you. We'd like to educate you a little bit on the score of the stories that you mentioned, Mary, because that was the main inspiration all along to get this memorial done. We told the stories. In the historical sense, you know, we don't really respect the stories of people's lives unless we acknowledge them and give them our gratitude and our love. So the best way to turn on to that is go to Bartlett's Biographies, Gene Bartlett's Biographies.com. You may know about that. And you could read the stories of all, well, at least 13 of the individuals. They're very, very well-written profiles. Some of you may know Gene's writings and very sensitive portrayals and profiles of these young guys.
I know Gene well. Thank you. I will.
Hey, thank you.
Advice.
Thank you. And I see that we have some members of the public with their hands raised. So I'll ask Mr. Montemayor if he could please invite them to speak.
Madam Mayor, you have 2 hands raised. We have Lynn Shimamoto, followed by Sue Digny. Lynn, you may now unmute yourself.
Greetings to everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I want to speak to the consent considerations, item number 12.
Lynn, I'm going to ask you to hold that thought for the moment. We're focusing specifically at this moment on the Veterans Memorial dedication. We will be getting to consent items in a few minutes.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sue Diggory, you may now unmute yourself.
Good evening. Thanks to all. It's very impressive that siblings and classmates and community folks come together to do such a remembering and such a thorough remembering. Correct. The stories are so valuable, and especially during this Thanksgiving month and Memorial time, reading each one slowly and carefully. They came from Pacifica, and they represent the goodness of our people across the nation. And what you've done shows the wonderful community spirit of Pacifica. Not easy what you did, very impressive. And the VFW as well, working with them is awesome. And that ADA, you all know that when you try to do something with ADA, that's going to cost money. So, you know, as much as anybody can in community to contribute to the VFW for that, because that's going to be costly. But it's an impressive work that you've all done, and in honor of those young folks that stepped forward and, you know, gave their very best. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Just for the record, Sue is agree. I think that's who was speaking, right?
Yes, Sue Degree.
Hey, thank you. I get kind of jumbled here.
Former Mayor Sue Degree and council member, yes.
Early on, the group, Michael Jelinski, Patty, Barbara, myself, had the biggest obstacle was being a nonprofit entity deciding, and that's where Mary gave us some advice, deciding whether it was worth pursuing to be a separate entity in that way or finding a fiscal sponsor. And that's where the American Legion stepped up, especially Commander Alan Hale. So all the money that was donated to us, even through GoFundMe, went through them. And then the funds were dispersed as we needed them. So that is the organization or institution that you would donate the money to. That's the American Legion Post 238. For our continuing efforts to raise money to bring things up to standards according to the compliance laws.
Thank you so much for telling us that, and to Sue Degree for bringing that up, because I was going to ask that question. So we are hearing that if anyone would wish to donate, it's to the American Legion Post 238 in Pacifica. And we can give you the address and location on Buell, 555 Buell, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct.
People could mail a check directly to them.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Really an honor.
It's a wonderful honor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's so good to see all of you.
Especially from our hometown. You know, that's awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Goodbye. Thank you.
All right.
Have a great evening. Thanks.
Okay.
All right. That brings us to our second proclamation and presentation tonight, which is Pacifica United Against Hate Week. We have Ellie Hudson from the city of Berkeley, who is also serving on the United Against Hate organizing group. And I'll say that Mayor Pro Tem Beer has been the stalwart working on this all the way along. So this is a proclamation of the City of Pacifica in recognition of November 14th through November 20th, 2021 as Pacifica United Against Hate Week. Whereas the United States is a nation of immigrants whose strength comes from its diversity. And whereas the Constitution enshrines equality on all individuals, regardless of race, gender, religion, or political views. And whereas across the United States, there exist alarming and frequent displays of hatred, as well as divisive and discriminatory rhetoric, which serve to deepen divisions and normalize hateful and racist discourse and other bigoted views by emboldened hate groups and individuals. And whereas the City of Pacifica is dedicated to preventing and opposing hate and intolerance in our community. And whereas education, compassion, and cooperation are key to unlocking understanding and embracing differences between people. And whereas the City of Pacifica City Council maintains an engaged community, a healthy and compassionate community, and maintaining a safe community as major policy goals adopted with fiscal year 2021-22 city goals and priorities, and the activities and message within the United Against Hate campaign align with those goals. And whereas the City of Pacifica seeks to join other Bay Area, California, and communities across the country in this United Against Hate Week as an important step in bridging divisions, declaring our commitment to inclusivity and strengthening our communities. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Pacifica does hereby proclaim the week of November 14th through November 20th, 2021 to be Pacifica United Against Hate Week, and declare the enthusiastic support of United Against Hate activities in our community for this week and each and every day beyond. Done this 8th day of November, 2021. And I see Ellie is with us. Thank you for being here. Thanks so much for taking the time.
Yeah, of course. I'll just do a brief remarks on what United Against Hate Week is all about. I'm Ellie Hudson. I'm an outreach coordinator with United Against Hate Week, and I'm working with the Office of the Berkeley Mayor, just working to promote the event for the week and working with cities across the state and honestly the nation. It's the movement's growing, which we're really excited about. And I just wanted to express our thanks to the city of Pacifica for joining the movement with this proclamation and any activities that might take place in your city. And also just to point out that while this is a week of promoting anti-hate activities in cities, the effort needs to continue year-round in order for the movement to really take hold and make a lasting effect. So this year it is November 14th through the 20th. And there's, I think, 95 plus communities doing something for the week. And whether it's planning bystander intervention trainings or doing unity walks or doing film screenings from Not in Our Town, who we're partnering with. And you could look up their web, you just type in Not in Our Town on Google and you could see their website. They have awesome films that you can screen with your communities, and there's discussion guides attached that you can discuss afterwards. There's all sorts of events that you could put on this week and honestly just throughout the year, especially bystander intervention training, I think is one of the most important ones. So you could just Google United Against Hate Week or Not in Our Town and find plenty of information about what we're doing. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Mayor Pro Tem, did you want to speak?
Yeah, definitely. Thank you, Ellie, for being here and for all of the work that you all are doing. You're so very well organized, and I know you definitely empowered me to go out in our community too. So I want to thank the Pacifica Libraries who are doing a wonderful display of books over the week. And I want to thank Jefferson Union High School District and the teachers that are engaging in Not in Our Town movie showings and conversations in their classrooms. And then specifically Be the Change Youth Coalition at Oceana High School, who have made some small videos and posters and really honor what that's all about. And, here in Pacifica, we have the Pacifica Peace People. And so they do work here all year long. And so we're very lucky to have that. And so thank you so much again for being here. It's really important work that you're doing.
Council members.
I just wanted to apologize. My computer just kind of started self-booting and wouldn't put me into Zoom hell. So I missed the presentation, but I imagine it was really good. So I apologize.
Councilmember Vaterlas, Big Stick.
Well, which is it then? I'll go.
I'm inviting you both, whoever wants to jump in first.
I'll be happy to jump in. Thank you, Ellie, for being here. And what an important conversation to continuously be having, and what an important spirit to continuously be raising. And so that you are so engaged in doing that work, and that you're bringing it to our community and this body and clearly other bodies. Thank you so much for doing this work and reminding us to continue to do the work better and continuously better. Thank you.
And I agree that this is an all year, all life matter. And hopefully people will continue to be united against hate for all time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I will just add, I was at a event yesterday for our Coast Pride, which is a fundraiser for our LGBTQIA organization supporting youth and everyone. Just in so many ways, we see, as Mayor Pro Tem mentioned with the youth, we just see there's so many opportunities to continuously reinforce this message. We've certainly embraced that in the Pacifica schools with Anti-Bullying Month in the month of October, and a lot of activities around that. So I really feel like we're trying to do our best to elevate the conversation. And I do want to check with our Mr. Montemayor in terms of public comment. I think there's one hand raised.
Yes, we have one hand raised by Sue Degree. Sue, you may now unmute yourself.
It's impressive that these two things are on the agenda at the same time. So I was raised as a military kid, and my Navy dad always impressed upon us that nobody realizes the value of peace more than someone who has been in a war. And he would always say, work things out, don't let things get fester. Oh, you know, and wars can start over the strangest little things. So thank you.
Thanks so much, Sue. All right. Then we'll close public comment and bring it back. City Manager, did you want to add something?
I did, Mayor Beckmeyer. Thank you, Kevin Woodhouse, City Manager. I just wanted to mention, for the sake of anyone in the viewing audience, that the city has printed a stack of the Pacifica Stands United Against Hate posters, and we have them available. There we go. Thank you, City Clerk Coffey. We have these available at City Hall, which is, as a reminder, at the back of the community center, now at 540 Crespi Avenue. So if anybody during the day wants to stop by, pick up some and distribute them to businesses or put them up wherever they want to put them up, we have copies available.
Thanks so much. That would be great. Thanks. Appreciate that. All right. Well, Ellie, thanks so much for being here. Give our regards to Mayor Arreguín and carry on.
Thank you for having me. All right.
Thanks so
Thank
much.
you.
All right, council members. This brings us, to our consent calendar. And the consent calendar process is that persons wishing to address the council on any consent calendar item may do so at this time. Each speaker will be allotted. We're going to have 2 minutes tonight. We have a full agenda. Items on the consent calendar will be adopted by one motion unless a council member requests before the vote on the motion to have an item discussed. Time limit on the comments is 2 minutes or less this evening. I'll ask that anyone who is raising their hand to speak on a consent calendar item, please identify the item by number, or if you don't know the number, by description that's on tonight's consent calendar. But before I do that, I will ask council members.
I just wanted to remind Lynn Shimamoto that I believe she wants item 12. We are only discussing items 1 through 11.
Thank you, Councilmember O'Neill. That's correct. Consent calendar tonight is items 1 through 11.
And then, Madam Mayor, just for clarity, just to confirm that there are no council members who want to pull any items.
That's what I was going to ask. Anybody? I'm not seeing heads shaking no. All right, very well then. We will go to public comment. Mr. Montemayor, and remembering that we're doing 2 minutes tonight on consent items.
Sure, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll go ahead and unmute Lynn Shimamoto just to clarify if she wants to speak on any of the consent calendar items. Lynn, you may now mute yourself. And please clarify if you'll be speaking on any of the consent calendar items 1 through 11.
It looks like the mic is still muted, Lynn. If you can unmute your mic there.
Okay. Hello, greetings. I'm confused. I wanted to comment on item 12.
Item 12 is a consideration item, which will be coming up later on the agenda.
Okay.
After we do the consent calendar and our communications items.
When should I raise my hand then for that?
You will, when I get to the considerations items, and I will state item 12, and I will call public comment for that item.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. We have one hand raised from Christine Bowles. Christine, you may now unmute yourself.
Thank you. This is Christine Bowles, and I just had a couple of questions. I'm not sure if it's for item 8 or 9, but I just want to say I really appreciate the financial reports, and I just had a few questions. One, is there somewhere on the list that defines the acronyms that are used on the accounts? I was looking at the city website too for more information and wasn't able to find it. For example, the SLES fund, and I don't need a definition of a particular one tonight, but if someone could point me to where the various funds are defined, that would be super helpful. And perhaps Yulia is here tonight and can answer my earlier question about where the collected fees for affordable housing in lieu fees are in the various funds and how these are invested. And I'd like to understand at some point what these fees are supposed to be used for and how a portion of the fees that I believe were collected for the Harmony One project have been spent. And then if someone could explain the difference between a sewer charge fund and the sewer facility construction fund and why one of them is negative almost $25 million, that was very confusing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And unless there are other hands, I can't hear you.
Yeah, sorry, Madam Mayor. I have one hand raised from Kimberly Williams. Kimberly, you may now mute yourself.
Hi, this is Kimberly Williams, and I'm speaking on behalf of San Mateo County Surfrider Foundation. Regarding item number 10, which I believe is the contract with the state of California for the city to manage Pacifica State Beach. Surfrider has had several questions and inquiries about how this contract was put before the public so that the public could be aware of it and could comment on it or understand some of the provisions in it. And I just wondered if you could answer that question tonight so that the public could hear the answers to that. And I specifically had questions regarding Section 8, Section 22, Section 25, and Exhibit E that were asked of me, and I don't really know the answers. So I'm asking you. Thank you.
Thank you, Kimberly. Madam Mayor, there are no more hands raised at this time.
All right, very well. Then we will bring it back, close public comment and bring it back to council. Council members. And actually, I have a question for the city attorney in regard to those questions that were just asked. Clarifying questions can be answered before a vote, before a motion and second are taken. Yes?
Correct. If a council member has a question of staff, a council member may ask that at any time prior to the vote being taken.
And then in regard to some of the questions around the lease on Pacifica State Beach, would the nature of those questions be clarifying, or would that require pulling the item to have a broader discussion of that? Specifically,
you do not need to pull the item at all if you're just getting clarification and questions.
Okay.
I think the issue is, does the council want to ask those questions? Because we will not answer questions unless the council asks the questions of staff.
Understood. Thank you very much. I do see one hand raised by Councilmember Big Stick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I did want to follow up on Kimberly Williams' questions, and if staff is prepared to answer it, and if not, perhaps Ms. Williams can send me or one of us an email so that we can follow up with it. I believe she referenced 8, 22, 25, and Exhibit E. So if staff is able to answer to that, that would be awesome. And again, if not, please send us an email so we can follow up. Similar comment to Christine Bull's questions regarding 8 and 9. There was a question about acronyms and apparently a follow-up with Yulia, and a question about sewer charge. I actually lost track a little bit of that last question, especially. So if staff heard it, by all means, but otherwise, perhaps if Ms. Bowles could send me an email so I can follow up, that might be the best way to do it unless staff caught what I didn't. Thank you.
In regard to that, city manager, I did have the same question as Ms. Bowles on the negative item, on the wastewater item. If staff could answer that, that would be helpful. Would that be Ms. Carter? Yes. Hi.
I was going to begin by saying it seemed that Ms. Bowles had several questions, some of which may not be related directly to these reports. So I would recommend she follow up with a request, and we can answer detailed questions. As to the acronym point, we can do our best as we usually do during presentations, to not use acronyms when it's in a very, very tight spreadsheet. That doesn't work sometimes. So, but in most of our comprehensive financial reports and budget, we do define all of the acronyms in those documents, and Ms. Carter can clarify that. I believe the question about the affordable housing funds I answered months ago, which was that like most of our funds, and Ms. Carter can verify this, we're invested in the local agency investment fund, which is where most cities, if not all in California, invest their public monies. And so I believe that answers that question. And if Ms. Carter remembers any of the other ones, then please chime in. I guess while I have the floor, I will say regarding the State Beach operating agreement, there were several sections mentioned, but no questions specifically. So she would need to follow up with us with the specific questions about those sections, and we would be happy to provide the information.
On that point, just since you brought it up, thank you for being patient, Ms. Carter. One of the questions was how the public has an opportunity to give input to that process. And so I didn't know if you had an answer for that right now, or if you would just prefer, as you stated, to have members of the public get in touch with you or with Director Perez.
Yeah, if they can get in touch with us with specific questions. I mean, the process for comment on most council items and on consent calendars, the agenda is published on Wednesday, and sending in questions in advance is always helpful before the meeting, so that we can have that information and be ready to respond to it. But I'm not aware of any of the specific questions, but we would be happy to follow up and respond to this.
Very good, thank you. All right, Ms. Carter, the question I raised is the same, the question I'm asking is the same one that Ms. Bowles raised, and it was on packet page 104. It's fund number, and this is item number 9, and it's fund number 18, sewer charge fund, that showed a negative balance. Can you speak to that, please?
Yes, of course. So we have 2 funds that considered to be sewer enterprise funds. That's Fund 18 and Fund 34, capital and operating. So those funds should be considered together. And we will make this adjustment for the next report for the next quarter. So it was just an oversight, because the report you see is coming from the general ledger as it presents in the financial system. For the reporting purposes, for the public consumption, we should probably merge them together. So there is no negative balance of 24,000 million. You should look at it together with the 26 positive.
So
and we will make this adjustment.
So it would be like an offsetting.
Yes, it will be offsetting. Yeah, so the balance will be about 2 million in the change. And I also want to mention that it's the first time we are presenting these reports in this format. So we are learning as we go. So I will definitely make sure that we include all the acronyms and little glossary on the next following reports.
Okay, and actually, I'm sorry to throw this curve to you. I didn't state it before, but while I'm looking at that page, I also had a question on Fund 93, Redevelopment Housing Successor Authority. And so you don't have to answer it now. I just wanted at some point to have more information about what exactly that means for Pacifica. So we can take that up at a future time.
Okay.
And then one last little item is on number 15, I think, and Councilmember O'Neill can correct me, but I'm pretty sure it's Aircraft Noise, NOISE Project Fund. So we may want to make a slight edit there. All right, council members.
Can I just say thank you to Yulia for graciously offering a glossary for the acronyms?
Yes, thank you for saying that. Thank you. All right. If there are no further questions or discussion about the consent item, I'll be ready for a motion.
Move that we accept consent items number 1 through 11 as stated.
Second.
With the motion by Councilmember O'Neill, seconded by Councilmember Big Stick for the consent calendar items number 1 through 11. Start the roll call vote with Councilmember Big Stick.
Yes.
Councilmember Vaterlos.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Beer.
Yes.
Mayor Beckmeyer.
Yes.
And consent calendar passes unanimously.
All right, then. Thank you very much. Moving forward to oral communications. This portion of the agenda is available for the public to address the City Council on any issue that is not on the agenda tonight. Any person wishing to address the council shall be recognized by the mayor during oral communications, provided that during oral communications portion of the agenda, only items not on the agenda tonight will be addressed. All remarks shall be addressed to the council as a body and not to any member thereof. Council members shall not enter into debate with speakers under oral communications. A maximum time of 2 minutes will be allowed for any speaker pursuant to Pacifica Municipal Code Title 2, Chapter 1, Section 2-1.118. Any person making impertinent, slanderous, or profane remarks or who becomes boisterous while addressing the council may be removed from the opportunity to speak before the council during this meeting. Thank you for that. And I will turn it over to Mr. Montemayor. And 2 minutes, please, sir, for each comment.
So we have one hand raised from Sue Degree. Sue, you can go ahead and mute yourself.
Hi, in the spirit of let's work things out, I'd like to see, you can't do it tonight, at council and its community to figure out a way how to enable all of our residents to be engaged in a timely manner in our, public discussions. So I'm aware again this evening that there were folks that wanted to be able to participate and actually can't. So, we're thinking of people that aren't techie and really don't have any ability with their phone as well. And when we go into coming out of digital stuff, there's going to be people that can't be present. So what are we going to do about it? Because we need to have all of our residents able to participate and be well informed and engage, and turning things in through a phone call, at an off time or email or a letter is, wanting. I think we need to do better, and maybe we can help in some ways with our community center being open with computers or phones or libraries. I don't know, but if we could work this out together as a community and council. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Phil Lindsay, followed by Anita Reese. Phil, you may now mute yourself. Phil Lindsay, you may now mute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi. I'm a resident of Ridgeway Drive, and I'm very concerned about the parking regulations that we have that govern whether Ridgeway Drive is acceptable for the homeless RV parking. And I would like to encourage the removal of Ridgeway Drive from that list. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. Our next speaker is Anita Reese. Anita, you may now unmute yourself.
Thank you. Anita Reese with the Pacifica Resource Center. PRC continues to be open modified hours while repairs are made since the fire in September and the subsequent flood in October after the last storm. We are open 9 to 3:30 on Mondays and Tuesdays, 10:30 to 7 on Wednesdays, 10:30 to 5 on Thursdays, and 9 to 1 on Fridays. We're also open on Saturdays, November 20th from 9 to 1, and we are closed for lunch Monday through Thursday from 12:30 to 1:30. If possible, we encourage you to call before you go to our office and either have a phone appointment or schedule an appointment for a future time. Our phone number is 650-738-7470. And with the holidays approaching, we are enrolling families in our Thanksgiving and Holiday Joy gift program. For Thanksgiving, we're providing groceries, including a turkey this year, and a gift card for additional Thanksgiving items. For Holiday Joy, we will be matching our Holiday Joy families with sponsors who we ask to provide gift cards and possibly gifts for their Holiday Joy family. To sponsor, or if you or someone you know needs help for the holidays, please call PRC. This month, we are only having one grocery distribution on Wednesday, November 17th at the American Legion Hall at 555 Buell. If folks need groceries before then or after, please call PRC to schedule a time for a pantry visit. PRC staff will shop for folks who need groceries and bring them to their car at PRC. Another priority continues to be helping folks who are unable to pay their rent or mortgage. For renters behind on their rent due to COVID, go to housingiskey.com. For others, they can contact PRC and we will do our best to help them with up to 3 months of back and future rent or mortgage. Again, number 650-738-7470. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Anita. Our next speaker is Danielle. Danielle, you may now unmute yourself.
Hi.
Oh, I heard you for a second and now it looks like the mic is off.
Oh, sorry. Okay, my name is Danielle La Campagna, and I'm with Citizens for a San Mateo County Gun Buyback, a group that has raised funds to give out during the buybacks. And while our group assists the buybacks in a few different ways, the San Mateo County Sheriff's Office manages operations at the buyback with assistance from the Belmont and Redwood City police officers and support from San Carlos. So I wanted to attend tonight's meeting to announce that there will be an anonymous gun buyback in San Mateo County on December 11th, that's a Saturday, from 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. in San Carlos at 1000 Skyway Road, right off the freeway. Please transport firearms unloaded and in the trunk of your vehicle. $100 will be given out for handguns, shotguns, and rifles, and $200 for assault weapons. And just tending to hope that you spread the word to residents and that residents are listening. And a few weeks ago, our group had sent a postcard and a flyer for the event to your city and hope that you can promote further. And we hope to see you all there. Thank you.
Thank you, Danielle. Madam Mayor, I'm no longer seeing any hands raised.
All right, thank you, Mr. Montemayor. We'll close public comment and bring it back to council for council communications.
I apologize, I see a hand raised.
Oops, all right. We'll reopen public comment and take that comment if it is about something that is not on the agenda tonight.
So we have a call-in person. If you may please state your first and last name for the record, you may now unmute yourself. The phone caller ending in 8182.
Hello, my name is Sean Gary. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Welcome, Pacifica. I am one of the principal litigants in the RVOSV action. Is this something that I can speak to this evening?
Mr. Gary, if I could ask you to please hold your comments, Mr. Gary, until our consideration item number 12, which will be after this communications piece of our agenda. We will be having council communications, and then we will be having communications from staff. So if you could please
I can wait.
listen for item 12, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, that closes public comment, bringing it back to council. Councilmember Big Stick, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Okay, so I attended the most recent PCE meeting on the 28th. We authorized the purchasing of a great deal of renewable energy, including solar power out of Riverside County and wind power.
PCE.
Yeah. PCE.
We all know, but the public doesn't. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Peninsula Clean Energy.
Thank you, Councilmember Vaterlas.
Yeah, I know I'm now a council person because it doesn't occur to me not to use acronyms.
Arrived.
Yes, thank you so much. So, and we purchased some wind out of Merced County. This is 15 years of clean energy starting in 2024. All very good news. And they also secured a consulting service for their diversity, equity, accessibility, and inclusion policy and implementation plan. The next PCE meeting, next Peninsula Clean Energy meeting, the date is a little different than it normally is. It'll be on the 18th of November. Usually I start with my my push for economic stimulus. This one was actually a little personal to me. A young woman in my work was having a bad day, and I happened to find out she was fond of pumpkin pie. And so this inspired me to journey down to Champa's Pie Shop, which I had not visited in about a year since the passing of Heron, whom used to be the chief there. But Champa's is still there and run by the family. And I was not sure if the pie I was going to receive was going to remind me of what I fell in love with originally. And lo and behold, it's still the best friggin' pumpkin pie that I know of. And the young lady whom I shared it with seemed to have agreed and seemed to be a little brightened by it. So I urge everyone as we go into the Thanksgiving months and the Christmas months, if you need a holiday pie and you are not culinarily adept to create one, please visit Champa's, give the family some business and really enjoy it because you will really enjoy it. I attended the Council of Cities meeting on the 29th. They have a beautiful community center structure that's going to be going up. They also talked about their Magical Bridge Playground, which is an inclusive playground for all ages and abilities. It was phenomenal to see the presentation, and perhaps one of my fellow council members who was there can articulate it more so than I, but very cool.
I think that was the city of San Mateo. Yes? No? Redwood City. Redwood City. Sorry. Thank you.
No worries. I sat in attendance at the Planning Commission meeting on the 1st. And then on Saturday, we got to enjoy Ohlone Portola Heritage Day, starting with an information session at the community center and bringing us finally to the newly named Ani Trail that brings us to the Discovery site at Sweeney Ridge. I got to enjoy a walk with our mayor. And I had enjoyed a similar walk a couple years back, and will be happy if I get to make it a yearly event, as it really is enjoyable. But what I was most struck by was as I was walking with our mayor, she would stop periodically, notice litter on the ground, and go out of her way to pick it up. And I just couldn't help but notice and wanted to share with the community that this is somebody who cares deeply enough that I cannot take a walk with her unless suddenly she starts making the trails upon which we walk better. So that is my piece. Thank you.
Thank you for saying that. And it was an enjoyable walk. And we should make it an annual event, if not more frequent, much more frequent. Who's next?
I'll go next.
All right. Thank you.
I have a short list. I attended an Keeping Affordable Housing presentation, which was trying to save what we already have. That was interesting. I went to the Rocket Dog Rescue, which was kind of exciting because several of the dogs immediately got adopted. Immediately. And it's really special that people aren't going out and buying dogs, that they're getting rescue animals. And that's really, it was a great event. A lot of people there. I did talk to one of the people from St. Ignatius about the field work that's being done. And I talked to her ahead of the presentation. I went out of town and could not attend the presentation nor the Ohlone walk. But she did have things. They are not putting in a swimming pool. They are not using the 10-foot driveway. They are not putting in a large gymnasium there. They're building additional fields and parking. And I know that certain people were able to attend the meeting, and hopefully the neighbors all attended. And I attended the Redwood City Council of Cities, and that was the most incredible Rainbow Bridge playground. I enjoyed the presentation so much that I want to build it somewhere myself. It takes a village, of course, but it was such an inclusive park. And I loved how there have tactile items and moving items. And there was a presentation where there was an elderly woman who comes every single day, and her caregiver puts her on the swing that she's able to get on even with her wheelchair, by getting there with a wheelchair, and how she laughs and laughs and laughs every single day because she gets to swing on that swing instead of being in her wheelchair. So it was a moving presentation, and I will be sending out the presentation to other people as time. So hopefully maybe we can look forward to that in our long distant future. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, so I want to start with Halloween. So I want to thank the community of Valleymar, because this place was off the hook. Like every block was like lit up, people in the streets. They had like these giant displays, and there was trick-or-treaters everywhere. And oh my goodness, there was just so much energy and joy, and it was just awesome. So thank you, Valleymar, for stepping up like you always do. I also attended the Heart Affordable Housing Preservation presentation that Councilmember Vargas also attended. I had the honor of visiting with some representatives from Barcelona, and we talked about our sister city there. The mayor was also there. It was a really beautiful conversation, and we were able to talk about how we can both honor and recognize the history of, the colonizers from Spain, and honor the Ohlone people at the same time, and how we can really come together and do that. It was beautiful. I'm so glad that I got to be a part of that. I attended the Progress Seminar, and there was a beautiful panel with our county manager, Mike Callaghy, Nancy McGee, superintendent of schools, and then I don't have my notes in front of me, the head of the San Mateo County Health Department. And they reflected on their experiences throughout COVID. And it was, I was like, I listened to every single word, because they reflected on their personal journeys, like what it felt like to go home at night, and how they weren't sure about the information. And then when they got all the real information, they had to make sure they were making the right decisions. And it was just this really human approach to what they experienced. And I think everybody should hear it. And I don't know if they taped it or not, if there's a video of it. If there is, we should probably get it so people can watch it. It was really, really beautiful. So that was the first day of the Progress Seminar. And then the second day was on climate change and fire mitigation. I attended a meeting one-on-one with Samtrans. And so I was able to collect a whole lot of information about the new plans for Reimagine Samtrans. And I know some of my council members sent in questions, so I have some answers for those questions, and I can send those out through the city manager. I also attended the Ohlone Portola Heritage Day and got to speak a little bit at the trail naming, which was really beautiful. I want to thank our Open Space and Parkland Advisory Committee for all of the work they did on the trail naming project. It was really great to be there. I think that's it for me.
Thank you so much. Councilmember O'Neill.
I had a pretty quiet week. I did an interview with a woman from NPR regarding sea level rise. I spent a couple hours with her. On Thursday, I visited a local merchant that called that asked me to come and talk to him about it was Chicken Cone about what he's facing as a new business. I would encourage everybody to
You just muted.
Your mic just dropped out again.
And let's see, that kind of flustered me there.
Sorry.
Believe it or not. And I was out of town this weekend, so I was not able to go to any of the Ohlone events. And then just to kind of counter Council Member Big Stick, if you call Champa's and they can't make your pie, I know for a fact, Trivia and Pacifica, I asked one of the Mazzettis, and they make over 1,000 pumpkin pies for Thanksgiving. So if you don't feel like going to Champa's, go try Mazzetti's, another local institution that has a great reputation for pies, and they make over 1,000 at Thanksgiving. So.
All right, thank you very much. Yeah, this was a busy couple of weeks for, I think, everybody. I attended some of the same meetings as always, and a few different ones. I met with Gail Benton Shoemaker of Tree City Pacifica, working on our agenda for the upcoming Arbor Day celebration, which is happening this weekend on Saturday. It is a mask event, so if you're interested in participating, please make sure to wear a mask. I'm looking for the flyer so that I can tell you exactly where it is, because last time I told you I would tell you and then I didn't tell you. And so if I can't find it, I'm sure that our wonderful staff will help me with that. Oh, wait, I have to press read more, Mr. Montemayor, when I look at this thing on my phone, because the phone can only handle so much data, even though I have a new phone and it's really fancy and I really can't use it very well yet. I'll keep looking for that. In the meantime, I attended the Reimagine Samtrans meeting on the 28th, which did have some interesting feedback from a number of constituents. There was a lot of discussion about, what we know and what we talk about frequently, and we spoke about at the council meeting when the folks presented to us, that some of the routes that are in the newly updated, planned, reimagined Samtrans are challenging. I specifically brought up the items that we discussed about Skyline, because it seems important to me that folks from Pacifica can easily get to Skyline. And as my son's friends used to refer to it, University of Skyline, which many of them attend. And so the idea of taking a bus from Lindamar all the way to Daly City BART to get on a different bus to go back effectively to Skyline just seems not at all sensible to me. And Councilmember Vaterlas, if I could put a tiny bug in your ear on this one, I remember overhearing, I think at a council of cities meeting, when the mayor of Millbrae was commenting and reaching out to somebody, I believe in South City, about working together on a proposal for a shuttle. And I thought to myself, hey, we might want in on that. So if there's any direction or possibility of that through CCAG or anything that you hear about, and it was Anne that brought it up. So if there's ever a conversation in those circles, it would be great. And I'll try to remember to reach out as well. So I had an opportunity to serve as a judge for the inaugural doggy costume contest on Halloween, which was so fun. It was very fun, and put it on your calendar for next year, Mayor Pro Tem. It was at A Grape in the Fog. There were about 15 entries, and one of the volunteers from Rocket Dog was a judge, and also Christine Stahl from Rockaway Ricky Memorial Fund. It was really great fun and super enjoyable. So I loved that. Yes, attended very, very special opportunity meeting with Sister City representatives from Balaguer, Spain. And it just, I think we had such a wonderful opportunity really to connect and look to future opportunities to connect. They're very interested. There are 3 sister cities that they have: San Francisco, I think San Francisco, us, and Monterey. And so they're planning more things and they want to work in our area. But I think we were I certainly was, I'll speak for myself, anxious about how it might go, because after all, our sister city is the one that provided us with the statue, not us, but the state of California. That sits in front of the community center. And it was really a very frank and honest discussion about, as Mayor Pro Tem mentioned, Indigenous people and making sure that their history and as our land acknowledgement says, that their important history and contributions are included all the time, not just in land acknowledgements or, in passing. And so on that note, I have to commend our Mayor Pro Tem, who did an outstanding job of speaking during the ribbon cutting for the Ani Trail. That was just on Sunday with the hike that Councilmember Big Stick referred to. Because in the presentation at 9:30 in the morning, there were 2 videos shown. And as with so many artifacts, and this is our lovely language in librarianship and museumship, with these cultural artifacts that we have, which are videos and movies and pictures and things that are retained for to be informational, there can be so much bias and so much imbued into them. They're for a purpose, but yet you can have this other things happen or not happen. So in this case, the video was from 1972. And I had occasion on that hike to be interviewed by a young man from Cappuccino High School who was writing an article about the entire day. And we spoke about the cultural history, if you will, even though, sorry, folks, 1972, I know where I was in 1972. So it hardly feels like history. And yet the point of view was so very different because, there was discovery of San Francisco Bay in the title of the video. That's what it was all about. It was followed by a video that was made only 2 years ago that made great effort to incorporate the Ohlone point of view, to bring forward the importance of the contributions of the Ohlone and how they were here before the colonization and the groups that came from Spain. But yet, as was pointed out by someone in the audience, there was no descendant of a Native person in that video. And that is something that needs to be addressed. And so Mayor Pro Tem really spoke so well, so much better than I'm doing right now, to bring these points forward. And it was really encouraging to me also to hear the National Park Ranger named Jasmine, and I'm sorry, I don't know her last name, address this. And I won't restate what she said because I can't possibly say it as eloquently, but she basically said, we need to keep working at it. that we're learning, we're improving, and we need to keep working at it. And we need to keep having, as Mayor Pro Tem referred to, those hard conversations. So I'm going to leave it there. And if staff was able to find that Arbor Day information, I would appreciate if you could state the name of the park, and I know it's at 10 o'clock in the morning. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, please join Tree City Pacifica for a fun Arbor Day celebration on November 13th at Fairmont Park and Recreation Center across from Parkview Circle at 10 a.m.
Thank you. And with that, if there are no other comments from council, I'll bring it to the city manager, Kevin Woodhouse.
Thank you, Mayor Beckmeyer, Mayor Pro Tem Peter, and city council members. Kevin Woodhouse, city manager. I have a few announcements I'd like to provide. One is I wanted to mention that there's going to be a new Pacifica Libraries manager, the Anne-Marie Despain, the executive director from San Mateo County Libraries, has announced through their recruitment process that Stephanie Saba will become the new Pacifica Libraries manager. Stephanie has worked in county libraries for 17 years, and she grew up in Pacifica and is thrilled to get back to Pacifica. She'll be transitioning in over the next couple months. So more information to come, but we're excited to have Stephanie as the Pacifica Libraries manager. Next, I wanted to speak a little bit about the Heritage Tree Ordinance update process. We've been talking about Arbor Day celebration, and in our Heritage Tree Ordinance update process, we have a couple upcoming public outreach and public meetings happening. So at the farmers market this week and next week, there'll be pop-up information and survey to gather input from those that would like to give their input at farmers market. And then on Tuesday, November 16th at 6 p.m., there will be a virtual community meeting for input into the Heritage Tree Ordinance as we continue that process. So that meeting is Tuesday, November 16th, 6 p.m. And the information will be provided in social media and on the city's website. I did want to follow up and let those that are listening know that at the end of last week, city staff put together a fairly detailed storm impact update from our large recent storm, and the update memo will be out on social media probably tomorrow. It's already on the website, so there's a link available to it on the website. And it did go directly to city council members and all the commission and committee members to really provide information, facts about what that storm was, 1% chance storm event that hit us that weekend, what the impact to Pacifica was, and the sanitary sewer overflow, as well as the bypass at the Lindemar station. It also talks about what's been reported so far about impacts to other cities in the region and the very large bypass events that occurred in other cities, larger ones than Pacifica's. And also talks about some of the background and information about the design and performance of the wet weather equalization basin. So all of that information and what the city is continuing to do to improve our sanitary sewer system is in this update memo. In addition, there will be a briefer column that will be in the Tribune on Wednesday that Public Works Director Peterson and I wrote for the Tribune. So I wanted to make sure to put that information out there. I did want to mention, and forgive me, Mayor, if I'm speaking out of turn, but just to announce that you were selected as a continuing member of the Cal Cities Coastal Cities group, and will be vice chair to that group this year, which is a very important statewide group working on coastal issues with Cal Cities, formerly known as the League of California Cities. So if you want to turn it back to you, if you wanted to say more about that, but apologize if I didn't want to steal your thunder on that. So And I believe that completes my main updates. Thank you.
Thanks for mentioning that, Kevin. Yes. Vice Chair is a big step, and I'm very honored and excited to have been asked to take that role. I'll be working with Eric Friedman, who is chairing. He's from Santa Barbara. And I'm really pleased about that because Santa Barbara's had a lot of recent work with the Coastal Commission on their local coastal plan. And Eric has served on the Coastal Cities Working Group with county managers and coastal commissioners. They meet monthly, and I'll be attending those meetings as well going forward, starting in January. So we're going to be working on our agenda, but I can tell you one of the big items is addressing the, I know this because it's been an item that we've been working on all along over the last year, is addressing the issue of 1977 that appears in so many documents and is such a pivotal, important time for in the passage of the Coastal Act, but really unpacking and looking at what implications that has for coastal cities and properties, for city-owned properties, county-owned properties, and all coastline in terms of some of the Coastal Commission guidelines. So that's a big one, and I'll give you more later. We have a meeting next week on no, they moved it to Wednesday because of some other obligations. So I'll keep you posted. Thank you. Yeah. All right, council members. Oh yes, I was just gonna say, I thought you were raising your hand, but I was just gonna say we're gonna have a 5-minute break right now. It's 5:28. Let's come back at 5:32 or 5:33. Thank you. and we are turning our attention to consideration items and consideration item 12. Consideration of 1, adoption of a resolution approving execution of settlement agreement between the City of Pacifica and plaintiffs Sean Geary, Linda Miles, Jared Carr, Harry Bodie, and Stephen Sanders, and approving a memorandum of understanding with Pacifica Resource Center for development and implementation of a safe parking permit program. And 2, adoption of a resolution authorizing a temporary full-time community service officer position in the police department for unhoused liaison services and oversized vehicle enforcement. We have I'm sorry, I was organizing my stuff. Our staff report, our staff contact is our city manager, Kevin Woodhouse, and our city attorney, Michelle Marchetta Kenyon.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. I'm going to be just briefly introducing the item, and then Leah Costella, who has been our lead litigator on this matter from my office, will be providing a more detailed staff report. But just to briefly introduce the topic, back in March of this year, the city was served with a class action lawsuit filed by the ACLU, the Legal Aid Society of San Mateo County, and disability rights advocates challenging the city's oversized vehicle ordinance. Since that time, Leah and others from my office have been vigorously litigating this matter, but at the same time, and more recently, in fact, we have engaged in earnest settlement discussions with the plaintiffs, and we have reached a point where we are bringing to the council a proposed settlement agreement because we believe that we've reached terms that we think would be agreeable to the council, that we can recommend, that the city attorney's office can recommend to the council, and that we hope that the council will approve. You will notice that we have not only a proposed settlement agreement, but as the mayor mentioned, also a memorandum of understanding with the Pacifica Resource Center for the development of a safe parking program, as well as the adoption of a resolution authorizing a temporary full-time community service officer position in the police department, who will be devoted to not only dealing with the unhoused liaison services, but also actually being engaged in oversized vehicle enforcement. So with that, I will turn it over to Leah Costella of my office, who will be providing a more detailed and thorough report on exactly what some of these terms are that are in the settlement agreement, the MOU, as well as the temporary full-time community service officer position. And then, of course, Leah and I will be available for questions. And, you know, we have the city manager and assistant city manager also available to answer any questions on the temporary position as well. So with that, Leah, the floor is yours.
Thank you. All right. So yes, we are here tonight requesting council consideration of 3 items: approval of the settlement agreement, approval of the MOU, and approval of or adoption of a resolution authorizing the temporary CSO position. And as Michelle pointed out, the lawsuit was filed in March of 2021, and it alleged that the city's oversized vehicle ordinance was unconstitutional on behalf of a class of citizens who have been impacted by the ordinance. It also alleged some other claims related to the city's vehicular habitation ordinance, and it made claims as to both ordinances that they violated a variety of laws related to the protection of people with disabilities. Since the lawsuit was filed, there have been 2 sort of significant events that have taken place. The first is a preliminary injunction that was imposed on the city that allowed us to continue to have the ordinance on the books, but required us to publicize the locations of streets where it is safe to park under the OSV ordinance. The second was that in June of 2021, the city council took a number of actions to make its OSV ordinance stronger. It removed some language in the OSV ordinance, and it also it repealed the vehicular habitation ordinance because that ordinance was questionably constitutional based on some recent Ninth Circuit authority and had not been something that the city had been being enforced. So once those two actions took place, we really began to negotiate more affirmatively with the plaintiffs' groups a way to resolve the lawsuit without continuing with expensive litigation. And so the first and the sort of principal piece of that resolution is the proposed settlement that you are being asked to consider today. The settlement has a number of components. The first and certainly one significant component is that as a result of the settlement, the plaintiffs will dismiss their lawsuit. So that will mean that we are no longer fighting the constitutionality of the oversized vehicle ordinance in court. The second component of the settlement is that the city will refund certain fines that have been paid by individuals who were cited under the existing OSV ordinance. We anticipate that number to be approximately $5,000, although we won't know the exact number until the settlement is, and if the settlement is approved and we move forward to take that step. The next element of the proposed settlement is the development and recommendation to council for approval of a safe parking permit program. And that program will be implemented by the Pacifica Resource Center, and it would allow parking of certain oversized vehicles that meet certain safety standards, and where the owners of those oversized vehicles or the person who runs the oversized vehicle agrees to a strict code of conduct. It will allow them to park in 13 designated spots in the public right of way for up to 29 days at a time. There will be requirements that they are seeking PRC services toward housing while they are participating in that program. And as I indicated, the program will be implemented by the PRC pursuant to an operations agreement that the city and PRC will negotiate if the settlement is approved. I will point out here, though, that this settlement does not approve a safe parking program, that it approves us to go and implement that program and develop a program to bring back to the council for approval at a later date. And it gives us a specified, I believe it's 120 days to bring that program back to the council for approval. In addition to the permit program, the settlement also would require that the city work with the PRC to establish a twice monthly mobile dumping station and a trash collection service that will be accessible to oversized vehicle owners who receive a voucher from the PRC. So it won't be open to anyone in the public, but oversized vehicle owners in the city will be able to get vouchers from PRC to avail themselves of those services. And then significantly also for the city is the settlement will allow the city to resume enforcement of its oversized vehicle ordinance. And that will give the city the option of towing oversized vehicles that are parked illegally or otherwise violating the city's parking restrictions, most specifically that are parked on city streets for longer than 72 hours at a time, but do not have a permit and are not participating in the safe permit parking program. The final element of the settlement is the payment of attorney's fees to the plaintiffs. The settlement does not resolve that issue, but leaves open for further negotiation that question and indicates that if we are not able to successfully reach a resolution on that issue, then we would that issue would go to the court. That would be the one final issue for the court to resolve. So those are the components of the settlement agreement, which is one of the items that you're being asked to approve today. The second item you're being asked to approve is the proposed or asked to consider is the proposed MOU with PRC. That MOU is really an agreement to agree. it essentially indicates that both the city and PRC will operate in good faith to negotiate the terms for development and implementation of the safe parking permit program. And then the final item that you'll be considering is the creation of a new temporary full-time community service officer position. That person will serve as a liaison between the unhoused in Pacifica city departments and various service providers. And they really will perform two equally important functions. One is to liaison with the unhoused folks, and particularly folks in OSVs, to ensure compliance with the city's restrictions and the safe permit parking program. And the other will be to enforce the oversized vehicle ordinance to ensure that that its terms that really were developed to ensure the safety of folks driving on Pacifica streets are enforced, and that the city has the capacity and the resources to do that. So with that, I will leave it to any questions that you may have about any one of these three items that are before you for consideration today.
Thank you, Leah, for that presentation. Council members, are there any immediate questions at this time? Or would you prefer that we go ahead to a public comment? I think that would be best. So if Mr. Montemayor is ready, we'll go ahead to public comment. I'm going to ask again, as we have for earlier items tonight, that we limit our comments to 2 minutes.
Okay, Madam Mayor, now that we have the timer up, I'll go ahead and line up our speakers. Their hands are getting raised. The first speaker is Lynn Shimamoto, followed by Victoria. Lynn, you may now unmute yourself.
Greetings, Mayor Beckmeyer, City Council members, and city attorneys. I am Lynn Shimamoto, and I've lived here for 25 years with my husband, Gary. And I did write an email detailing my concerns about this proposed settlement to each council member at 2 p.m. today. There's not enough time with 2 minutes to go through all the points, so let me just summarize and tell you that my concerns really, I mean, as much as I want to see a settlement that's fair to everyone, I am opposed to approving the settlement in its present form because it's putting oversized vehicles, occupied vehicles right back out on the streets, which was such a problem when this was discussed before. Instead, what I urge the City Council to seriously consider is to revise the proposed settlement to a truly safe parking program, which is centrally located at the old waste treatment site, and to apply for a federal HUD grant. That big cities like LA have done this, little cities like Knoxville, Tennessee, because they care about their homeless and they're people living in vehicles. They provided them with a central location that's much easier to control and supervise. And they have restroom facilities, guard facilities, it's safe. Parking out on the streets is going to be unmanageable. The safety and sanitation issues are simply unmanageable. Anyway, with due respect, that is why I'm opposed to accepting this proposed settlement in its present form. Thank you for listening.
Hey, Lynn. Our next speaker is Victoria, followed by Suzanne. Victoria, you may now mute yourself.
Hi there. I'm Victoria Sanchez de Alba. I'm a 20-year Pacifica resident, and I'm vice chair for the county's Healthcare for the Homeless and Farm Workers program. I'm speaking for myself as a Pacifica citizen that I support Pacifica Safe Parking Permit Program. Our homeless need our help. Our unhoused are our neighbors. They have strong ties to our community. They work here, have families here, worship here. Pacifica is their home. What happened to them could happen to us. We know safe parking programs have helped people find homes. In our county, Project We Hope in East Palo Alto. And most recently, the Redwood City Life Moves project have been successful. We can make this happen with compassion. Pacifica is a compassionate city. We are all human beings and we can help each other. And thank you.
Thank you, Victoria. Our next speaker is Suzanne, followed by Chris Hunter. Suzanne, you may now mute yourself.
My name is Suzanne Moore, resident of South Manor and former Unhoused in Pacifica Task Force member. I support the Safe Parking Permit Program. The permit program will provide rest, hygiene, and wraparound services for our unhoused, and this program reduces homelessness the best way possible by providing a permanent path to housing. I live in South Manor, a few blocks away from Milagro and Oceana, where 5 spaces are designated for this permit program. My husband and I frequently walk here. It's our routine route for the Pacific Beach Coalition Street to Beach cleanup. The motorhomes on Oceana keep the grassy walk clean, and we are comfortable with our neighbors. I'm grateful that the Pacifica Resource Center will consider lending their expertise to the development and implementation of the program. I urge that the city clearly delineates its commitment to fund the program and assures that the PRC will not be burdened by additional fundraising. I recommend council either decline to authorize a new temporary police staff position or wait for further community input. Data shows that the unhoused are more likely to be victims rather than perpetrators of crime, and they are unlikely to seek assistance from the police. Use of American Rescue Act funds for this police position seems somewhat unsuitable. American Rescue Plan Act funds intended to offset economic impacts of COVID-19 could serve the community in other ways, perhaps through donations to Second Harvest or the Pacifica Resource Center. Both institutions had a surge of clients due to COVID, and the community should be asked their opinions for further use of the ARP funds. Thank you, council and staff, for your leadership. Thank you, plaintiffs, for seeking your legal status under the law. We now look forward to a winter with additional resources for our unhoused. Thanks.
Thank you, Suzanne. Our next speaker is Chris Hunter, followed by Gloria Stefan. Chris, you may now mute yourself.
Good evening, Honorable City Council. My name is Chris Hunter, and I'm president of the board of the Pacifica Resource Center. Tonight, I would just like to reference the Memorandum of Understanding and not the overall lawsuit. As many of you know, the Pacifica Resource Center has been providing social services to the community and city of Pacifica for well over 40 years now. In the last 6 years, we became an independent 501c3. We are not actually an arm of the city. In the 1990s and earlier, the Pacifica Resource Center was in fact an arm of the city, but we are dedicated to supporting and assisting the people who are less fortunate in Pacifica. I just wanted to say that the Memorandum of Understanding is something that we are very interested in looking at with the city and partnering. But as many of you know, we are not a wealthy organization, and this project is going to cost a lot of money to do properly. The PRC went through a very serious fire and then a flood. I'm expecting locusts anytime soon, but we are ready and willing to begin discussing this project with you, and our executive director, Anita Reese, has signed the MOU, and on behalf of the board of directors, we look forward to finding a path towards a successful project here. But I just wanted to remind the city council that this is not going to be an inexpensive project. Thank you very much and appreciate your consideration tonight.
Thank you, Chris. Our next speaker is Gloria Stefan, followed by Ken Chan. Gloria, you may now unmute yourself.
Good evening, City Council members and city staff. My name's Gloria Stofan, a longtime resident and homeowner of Pacifica. Just a few years ago, I remember going to the community meeting at the community center concerning homelessness and in particular, oversized vehicles. It was well attended and much good information was exchanged. Also, a plan was presented to the audience and to the city council members who attended. A plan as to what the city could do to help with Pacifica's housing crisis by considering a safe parking permit program. So much has happened since then, and now we are finally at the point to where much consideration is made concerning the safe parking permit program. I want to thank the City Council and city staff in bringing this program forward. I so support the Safe Parking Permit Program. This program will provide the participants a place to rest and be safe with wraparound services by which the Pacifica Resource Center will work with the individuals in helping them find a more permanent housing place to live. I also feel that the Pacifica Resource Center should not be responsible for funding this program. You really should come from the city and not create a burden to the PRC.
I'm not sure if Ms. Dauphin was concluded her remarks or if she was cut off. I see the microphone is off. Ms. Dauphin, do you hear me? There you go.
Yeah. Thank you to all who made this program come true. City staff, city council members, the Pacifica Resource Center, and to the plaintiffs for their courage. Thank you.
Thank you, Gloria. Our next speaker is Ken Chan, followed by David Rakowski. Ken, you may now unmute yourself.
Oops, hello, can you hear me? Oh, great. Hello, members of the Pacifica City Council. My name is Ken Chan, and I'm an organizer with the Housing Leadership Council of San Mateo County. We work with communities and their leaders to produce and preserve quality affordable homes throughout San Mateo County. On behalf of HLC, I'd like to first thank staff for all of their hard work in putting together the report on the proposed safe parking permit program. We would not be here tonight if it were not for your efforts. Thank you so much. I'm here tonight to voice our support for the staff recommendation to both approve the settlement agreement and the MOU with the amazing folks over at the Pacifica Resource Center to put in place a safe parking permit program for our community members. I'd like to highlight that 75% of our unsheltered residents who are currently sleeping in their vehicles here in Pacifica previously had access to stable housing and continue to work and patronize the shops here in the city. They've been in Pacifica this entire time, and their continued contributions to the city are what makes it such a great place to live. They are members of this community. With such a limited availability of affordable housing, I urge you to make this investment so that all of our residents from all walks of life can have a safe place to rest. A safe parking permit program provides our community members with the stability needed to shift their focus away from worrying where they're going to sleep each and every night to finding permanent housing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ken. Our next speaker is David, followed by Carolyn. David, you may now unmute yourself.
Hi, my name is Joanne Rakowski. I wasn't able to change my name on the sign-in. I'm a member of Faith in Action Bay Area, and I'm speaking in favor of the development of proposed safe parking permit program. We all know that homelessness is a crisis in California, and certainly that Pacifica is no exception. As a coastsider, I'm well aware of the cost of housing and the limited supply of affordable housing on the coast. According to the PRC weekend survey of mobile home dwellers that they conducted in 2019, all those surveyed were employed, and most of them had long called Pacifica their home. Half of them reported that they'd been forced out of their prior housing in Pacifica due to increased rent or no-fault eviction. So living in an RV has become an option of last resort. Vehicle dwellers raise risks of harassment and vandalism. Those living around vehicle dwellers complain of sanitation issues and noise. Development of a safe parking program addresses both the needs of those living in RVs and the concerns raised by neighbors by providing a wraparound program with sanitation, garbage disposal, and access to counseling and support services. Development of a safe parking program in Pacifica can be a model for the entire coastside. It by no means solves our current homelessness crisis, but it is one important step. I urge the City Council to approve the proposed settlement agreement and begin development of the safe parking permit program. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rakowski. Our next speaker is Carolyn, followed by Ellen Hage. Carolyn, you may now unmute yourself.
Good evening, council and staff. My name is Carolyn Jaramillo. I'm a member of Pacifica Housing for All and Pacifica Peace People and Pacifica Social Justice. Reverend Barber of the Poor People's Campaign reminds us that to change the narrative, we have to change the narrator. By using a lawsuit, Pacificans living in motorhomes have done just that. They have become the new narrators on housing issues and built a powerful platform for their narrative. Tonight, we see that they have proposed a fair settlement. This settlement will create a safe parking program, which will continue to empower those forced to live in motorhomes get the assistance they need to obtain more permanent housing. By approving this settlement, you too will help change the narrative on the unhoused, and you will make a big step forward in achieving your goal of making Pacifica a compassionate city. I urge you to approve this settlement. At the same time, I urge you to continue to listen to those most affected and not approve a police liaison position for this program. The potential participants in the program have stated that they did not request this position. Instead, funds for the American Rescue Plan could be used by the Pacifica Resource Center to hire additional staff who would be better situated and prepared to take this position. I also request that full funding for the program be the responsibility of the city and not that of the PRC. I am in awe of the staff of the Resource Center and thankful that even during fire and flood, they have continued to assist and uplift people. Amazing. We do not want to add another obstacle to their mission. Thank you for their leadership in this settlement and for listening.
Thank you, Carolyn. Our next speaker is Ellen Hage, followed by a dial-in listener with the digits ending in 8182. Ellen, you may now unmute yourself.
Good evening, City Council and staff. My name is Ellen Haig. I'm a board member of Faith in Action Bay Area and a member of Pacifica Housing for All and a homeowner for 47 years in Pacifica. I would like to express my gratitude to the City of Pacifica for the Safe Permit program that will make possible a pathway to permanent housing for some of the unhoused members of our community. The unaffordable cost of housing in Pacifica, along with COVID and the economic downturn, have created a housing emergency, the likes of which we have not seen before. There is virtually no affordable housing left in our city. Surveys from the county and Pacifica Resource Center on the vehicularly housed confirmed that 75% are former residents priced out of previous housing. They're working and have strong ties to the community. This is unsustainable for a healthy community. Lives will be changed for the people who can avail themselves of the services and the safe parking permit for their RVs. Last weekend, I attended the grand opening of the Workforce Development Center, Abundant Grace in Half Moon Bay. What a joy to share in the celebration with the community. Many thought it couldn't be done. With the support and funding from the San Mateo County Board of Supervisors, the Half Moon Bay City Council, the community, and others, the Workforce Development Center is building community and transforming lives. My grandmother always told me, where there's a will, there's a way. So I think we can find a way in Pacifica to move forward to help folks that are having trouble in their life. Thank you again to City Council and special thanks to the plaintiffs in the settlement.
Thank you, Ellen. And our next speaker is a call-in listener. Just a reminder to the call-in listeners, if you wish to speak this evening, you can do so by pressing *9 to raise your hand. And when I call upon your number with your last 4 digits, you can unmute yourself by pressing *6. With that said, our next speaker is a call-in listener with the numbers ending in 8182. You may now unmute yourself by pressing *6.
It looks like the caller's unmuted, but I am not hearing the caller. Could you state again, Mr. Montemayor, the keystroke sequence?
*6.
Can we hear me now?
Yep,
Yes.
sure can.
Beautiful. Well, let's try this one more time. Hi, Pacifica. My name is Sean Gary, and I'm one of the principal litigants in this action. While I may not live in a traditional house, an apartment, or even a room, I am every bit a Pacifican. It's my favorite place on the whole planet. I support our local businesses here daily. Every meal I eat, every coffee I drink, and every drop of gas I buy are all bought right here in Pacifica. I've called in the police to help 2 domestic violence assaults that I've witnessed. I was first on the scene for injured fishermen on 3 occasions last year, providing first aid and calling in paramedics. And I prevented multiple child drownings, including diving headfirst into large icy winter surf to catch a completely submerged boy and wrestle him back up onto the shore. I love Pacifica enough to risk my own life so that a stranger's child might live to love it as much as me. Now, while the settlement is pursuant to vehicles, the issues raised here speak to humanity and the value which we assign our own comforts over the basic needs of others. I've learned some valuable and unexpected lessons in the last few years. I've learned that homeless people lead very busy lives, even if you don't notice. Getting clean, finding warmth, finding solitude and drinking water, restrooms, meals, disposing of garbage. These take but a moment when you walk into your home, turn on the heater and grab a cold beer from the fridge. But they consume an inordinate amount of time when you can't store cold food or cook it warm. Even a single day's drinking water is heavy to carry. Pacifica here doesn't have a single shelter bed. Our little town doesn't want to believe it has the same homeless problems and attendant responsibilities as any major metropolitan area after a continuing mass pandemic, no less. But it does, and it will get worse unless we take action. One of my favorite sayings is that small minds compete and large minds collaborate. Instead of trying to push away those we don't understand or agree with, let's try and understand that we all, every one of us, are but very small boats in a very large sea. And there's no reason we cannot elevate all of our ships with that same water. Tonight, I feel that we found a settlement that represents positive first steps for the situation. I would like to thank the city officials involved for working with us to build a better solution.
Thank you.
Specifically to PRC and for everyone participating tonight for prioritizing your community.
Mr. Gary, the time for your comments has expired.
I was on my last sentence, so thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your comments. Mr. Montemayor?
Good night, Pacifica.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Christine Bowles, followed by a dial-in listener with the numbers ending in 7930. Christine, you may now mute yourself.
Thank you, and good evening, council and staff. I'm very glad to see this lawsuit coming to an end with a settlement agreement. Sean, that was very moving. Thank you for speaking, and thank you and the other brave Pacificans who stood up for their rights and were willing to put their names to this effort. I also want to thank Mayor Pro Tem Beer and then Mayor Deirdre Martin for advocating for a safe parking program in conjunction with the parking restrictions from the very beginning. I support the language of the settlement agreement and the MOU, except for a statement that funding for the safe parking permit will come from the PRC and the city. The city needs to fund the programs that are required as part of the settlement and not create an additional and undue financial burden for the Pacifica Resource Center. Some of the 13 spaces identified are in the coastal zone, and I wanted to ask the city attorney if she could confirm whether or not a development permit is required from the Coastal Commission for these spaces. I also wanted to question the hiring of the new police staff. Again, as you've heard, the plaintiffs did not ask for a police homeless liaison, and there's often distrust of the police from the homeless community, which may actually exacerbate the situation. I would suggest waiting to see if enforcement issues are a problem before committing this money for an entire year. I also think using the money from the American Rescue Act seems inappropriate. From the government's website, these funds are supposed to be used, and I quote, to address the negative economic impacts caused by the public health emergency, replace lost public sector revenue, provide premium pay for essential workers, and invest in water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure. We could certainly use the money to support the PRC, our businesses, as well as our streets, storm drains, and sewers. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Our next speaker is a dial-in listener with the numbers ending in 7930. You may now unmute yourself pressing *6. To our dial-in listener, if you're speaking, we can't hear you.
I'm sorry. Could you restate those keystrokes one more time?
Please press *6.
So caller, we can't hear you. If you could try *6 again. Oh, I heard something. If you're speaking now, we're not hearing you. I am hearing a click when you go, I'm not sure what you're doing, but I'm hearing a click. And then I see the microphone going on and off on the display, but I'm not hearing a comment. I think what I'd like to request is that we go ahead with our next two callers, and the caller right now with numbers ending in 7930 would hang up and then try calling back in one more time, because sometimes starting over makes it work better. Please go ahead, Mr. Montemayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Our next speaker is Sue Degree, followed by Peter Loeb. Sue, you may now unmute yourself.
Thank you. Pacifica is a compassionate city, and the decisions that council makes tonight, may they reflect that great compassion. The Pacifica Resource Center is an example, a great model of that compassion of wraparound service to those of our residents who are forced to be in an RV in order to avoid being homeless on the streets. They all need empowerment and compassion. And so your decision tonight, may it be thorough and may it be compassionate, as the residents of this city have been for years and would like to see something worked out carefully. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. And our final hand that's raised is from Peter Loeb. Peter, you may now unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Peter Loeb. I support many of the comments that have already been made. I will try not to repeat too much, but I do want to thank the council for agreeing to implement a safe parking permit program. That this is the solution that people have been asking for, and it will allow the oversized vehicle ordinance to be enforced, while at the same time providing a service with sanitation and other wraparound services, as Gloria mentioned, so that we can all move forward. I do want to say that I have a concern about the language in the staff report that refers to the permit program being funded by the PRC and the city. And as others have stated, this is an agreement, a settlement agreement that the city is entering into, and it should not cost the PRC anything. It should be fully funded by the city, and those American Rescue Plan Act funds could potentially do that. I'm not going to comment further, except to say that I've been a board member of the PRC in the long distant past, and been a major donor, and I really don't want to be fundraising to implement this program. This is the city's responsibility to do, and I look forward to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. I see our dial-in listener with the numbers ending in 7930 has returned. If you want to try unmuting yourself, pressing *6.
Good evening. Can you hear me now?
We sure can. Thanks so much for your.
Oh, wonderful. It's got to be the 5 most repeated words since COVID. Good evening, City Council and staff. My name is Marge Davis, and although I'm currently the Vice President of the PRC Board, and some of the concerns I'll voice, which have been voiced already, but I felt it important to say them, will come from that position, but I speak here as an individual and not for the board at large. First, I'd like to thank the City Council, staff, and City Attorney for considering approval of the settlement that includes the implementation of a safe parking permit program to address the needs of our vehicularly housed citizens. I encourage approval of the settlement and the MOU. It is a compassionate and caring decision that will assure a pathway to permanent housing for those Pacificans in need of that opportunity and those services. The PRC, as part of its mission, works with unhoused and those at risk of becoming unhoused. Additionally, the PRC has a long history of working collaboratively with the city and the broader Pacifica community. This program is in direct alignment with PRC's vision to assure the basic needs of every Pacifican are met so that each member of our community has the opportunity to thrive. To these points, it is logical for the city to choose PRC as their contracted partner in this program. Of concern is making sure that it is publicly understood that the implementation, operation, and success of the program, is, as well as the financial and legal responsibility, falls solely on the city as part of this settlement agreement to which PRC is not a party. The PRC is willing to collaborate and participate to help the city fulfill that obligation as demonstrated by the MOU. However, funding with the program should come from the city as part of that obligation. It should not fall to the PRC. I find it concerning that the staff report states on page 4 under the heading Fiscal Impact, paragraph 1, that, quote, funding for the safe parking program will come from PRC in the city. According to the staff report, the ARP funds were provided to the city to offset economic impact as a result of COVID, including services to address homelessness, and I would encourage that to be used to fund the program for the PRC. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time, your attention, and consideration.
Thank you. And I have one more hand raised from Anita Reese. Anita, you may now mute yourself.
Hello, Anita Reese with the Pacifica Resource Center, and I am happy that the city is considering a settlement that includes a safe parking program tonight. As we've shared, PRC has signed an MOU showing our support and willingness to develop a program with the city of Pacifica. Our goal is to create a low barrier, safe parking program that will help folks living in motorhomes and other oversized vehicles return to housing, while also alleviating some of the challenges and concerns the community has with unhoused families and individuals living in OSVs. We plan to base as much as possible on the safe parking program that was presented through the Unhoused in Pacifica Task Force at the July 15th, 2020 special hearing, and encourage folks with questions about how the SPP could look to review materials that were shared then. And should we move forward with the safe parking program, PRC will leverage funds from our Unhoused on the Coast outreach work to offset costs, as well as work in partnership with the city to help raise funds. But as folks have shared, we do have other programs besides unhoused work, and we are constantly fundraising for that. So any way possible for us to be able to do this together is going to be really important for us to do it well. And of course, once we get into the actual development of the program, we'll have much more to share. At this point, we're really not sure what that's going to look like until until the settlement is approved and we can start developing the program together. Thank you.
Thank you, Anita. Madam Mayor, I am no longer seeing any hands raised.
Thank you very much, Mr. Montemayor. I see a hand.
Hand just went up from Suzanne Drake.
Remembering that we have a 2-minute limit, please go ahead.
Suzanne, you may now mute yourself.
Hi, thank you. I'm just now reviewing the staff reports. I just have some questions. So it sounds like there's a 3-year limit to this proposal. So does that require these unhoused folks to be housed within 3 years? Is that the goal, is the 3-year mark? Additionally, I understood that the PRC provided vouchers for the unhoused folks to be able to use the dump station in Half Moon Bay. Cost-wise, why don't we continue that? There's a variety of other questions, but I'll just leave it at that. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Suzanne. And now I'm no longer seeing hands raised.
Very well. We'll close public comment and bring it back to council. And
Mayor Beckmeyer.
Yes. City
Kevin
Manager.
Woodhouse, City Manager. If you would like, if the council would like, there were several topics that were raised during comments that I can offer some information about if your preference is to do that.
Sure. Why don't you go ahead, and then council members, if there's anything, of course, that Mr. Woodhouse doesn't address, we'll definitely bring it forward. Go ahead.
Right. Sure. So one of them relates to our partnership with the PRC and the ultimate funding for this program. And as the staff report indicates, the details of the program, many of the details aren't defined yet. And so we'll be working closely, as Executive Director Reese said, in partnership to explore different funding vehicles. And in the staff report, we talk about a partnership for the program and for funding. And the PRC may have access to grant funds that in partnership with us, we can leverage and bring to this program. And, there's different vehicles for funding that exist that they can fund their resource workers to do the client management. And I'm sure Ms. Reese could speak more detail to that. So I think part of the evolution of this program is going to be really looking at how it's going to operate, what the details are going to be, how it's going to cost, how much it's going to cost, and what different funding sources are. On the city's end, perhaps there's grants or other resources from the state or from the county that we can leverage as the city to bring to this program. I mean, there's an immense amount statewide of funding that is become available through Governor Newsom's budget related to homeless services. So that's a lot that we have to explore to minimize the financial impact to both PRC's operating budget and the city's operating budget by leveraging grants and other sources for this innovative program. The other source that the city has is the American Rescue Plan Act funding, which specifically talks about economic recovery and helping, and part of that is helping those impacted by COVID in this recovery period. So that specifically speaks to and should be available for assistance with homelessness. So we'll look at the ARPA funding. That's a resource to bring to this. One of the other comments made was about the actual community services officer position. And what I'd like to comment on about that, and then I'll turn it over to Chief Dan Steidel to speak more, is that operationally, when we examine what classification in the city would be the most boots ready to assist the success of this program, it's the community services officer position, which is in the police department, but has the ability to write citations, and also, as all of our police officers do, have training related to homeless liaison and other county mental health resource training and such that they can bring to the success of this program. And if Chief Steidel is available, he can speak a little bit more to why the CSO classification makes the most sense to, the two parts of this program are ensuring that the permit parking program is successful and that both the clients participating in that are getting housing, which is a partnership with PRC with city attention to that as well. And the other side of it is enforcing our oversized vehicle ordinance, which means writing citations for, vehicles that are violating the 72-hour rule, et cetera. So I'll turn it over to Chief Steidel to speak to that.
So thank you, City Manager Woodhouse. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. So we're taking a look at why this community service officer position is the perfect fit for this. First of all, I want to reiterate something that was in the staff report that I think that I've seen in emails that may be confusing. This is not a police officer position. This is a non-sworn position that resides within the police department. And what at the police department, what we currently do regarding assisting the unhoused and the enforcement of the oversized vehicle ordinance, first of all, we are responsible for the enforcement as with the oversized vehicle ordinance, just as we are with any other any laws or any ordinances that are on the books. We currently act as the liaison in many instances between the unhoused and the Pacifica Resource Center as our staff comes into contact with those on the street. I've often touted the work of the PRC in many of my city council meeting reports by saying that they are our first line of defense when we're trying to help the homeless, and each one of our officers trained and understands what it is that PRC does for our homeless population, and not just our sworn officers, but our non-sworn community service officers. We are also the liaison between, we know in many instances our unhoused folks, some of them have issues with mental illness as well as substance abuse, whether it be drugs or alcohol. We are their liaison on many occasions between them and the San Mateo County Behavioral Health and Recovery Services, BHRS, that help them get assistance. We are also the liaison and participate with the Life Moves homeless outreach team in San Mateo County. And we also provide connection to emergency mental health services during times of mental health crisis for our unhoused population. We are also the liaison with other city departments regarding unhoused issues, including the Department of Public Works and our city's code enforcement department. So these are all things that we are already doing right now. If we take a look at, in my tenure in the last 6.5 years as a chief of police, my department has an impeccable record of assisting those with substance abuse issues, with mental health issues, and acting as a liaison to the homeless for the services that they need to provide and help direct them to the appropriate services. Most of what we do with the unhoused population, even those that are residing in vehicles such as oversized vehicles, is not on the enforcement end, although there is a portion of that exists. A lot of it is the liaison work to try and assist those folks. We are in the perfect position to continue that. We will have to continue that. So what we will be able to do, as you know, the staffing, our department is, we're well understaffed for a community our size. What the CSO position allows us to do is to have a full-time position, a full-time non-sworn position that we can focus specifically on the oversized vehicle ordinance enforcement and acting as a liaison, which we already successfully do with the unhoused population. As we all agreed with many years of these conversations, what we're trying to accomplish here in Pacifica, and then the ultimate settlement of this lawsuit, we are trying to do the best we can to help this population and ensure the safety of our community, which includes this population. And this gives us the best advantage to do so.
Thanks, Chief Steidel.
And if I could, actually, one more point on that. I heard from several folks talking about some homeless with mistrust in the police department. One of the things that I can tell you that I've, again, in several of our community meetings we've had regarding policing issues, as long as I'm chief with the police department, we'll never walk away from the opportunity to build trust and build relationships. And the only way you do that is immerse yourself in the population and assist the population. Standing back when there's a problem out of fear that someone may not trust you is absolutely the incorrect way to build relationships with the community. And this is just another opportunity for us to put our staff forward with a serious issue and in our community and to build that trust.
Thank you very much. I do believe that we had Anita Reese, the director of the Resource Center, on the call. And I would like to please ask her if she's willing to be promoted at this point. My guess is there's going to be other questions that come up based on what I heard, at least in the public comment. And I would appreciate the opportunity, since the PRC is mentioned in the MOU, I would appreciate the opportunity for council members to be able to ask her questions or questions that might pertain to both the PRC and to the city. Thanks very much, Anita. I see your face there. Thank you. Okay. Next question, council members, or concern or item that might need to be responded to, or questions you have? All right, I'm not seeing any. I do have a question. In terms of the CSO position that Chief Stidle was just mentioning, and this is really for both our staff and the PRC, and Anita, do you foresee the CSO position that's proposed, that's the Community Services Officer, CSO, would be someone that could liaise with the currently hired PRC staff that were, if I recall, within the last year, they were hired specifically for outreach to the unhoused?
Yes, we do have 2 staff people who work on a project called Unhoused on the Coast that provides outreach and support services, as well as housing center case management, or connection to our housing center case management services between Pacifica and Half Moon Bay. We do have 1 person who focuses on Pacifica, although either one of them can respond to something in the city.
And so that would be an opportunity for this proposed CSO position, the person in that position to work with one or both of those individuals.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, any person from the community can contact our Unhoused on the Coast staff by email or by text or by phone to let them know if there's an issue or a concern in the community that they want us to respond to. So absolutely, they'd be another person to connect with.
Okay, great. Thanks so much. Is there anything further, council members, that you wish to address or add questions about? Councilmember Big Stick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There were a couple questions that came up at the end that I thought were interesting. And since Ms. Reese is on the line, I figured she might be the appropriate party to answer those questions. One of them being that it's a 3-year proposal. And specifically the question was, in your estimation, do you think it would take an average 3 years to house one of the folks utilizing the service?
The intention is no, that it wouldn't take 3 years, but I cannot say definitively that it might take some folks longer than others. I can say that folks, as an example, we have been providing services and support through Unhoused on the Coast for the last year and a half, and we've been successful at getting folks housed and off the streets. Some take longer than others, some as short as 3 months. It really, really depends. So the way that I envision a program would be that 13 folks would start, some would get housed, more people would join, some would get housed, more people would join, some would get housed. So over the course of 3 years, we would be, I have no idea. I haven't thought about it that far. But I anticipate at least 10 folks in the first year to be housed. So we would be serving 23 folks in the first year, right? And then we'd be able to continue to provide more supports over that time. Now, some of our success has to do with what county options are available. So several folks recently have been connected with emergency housing vouchers and other permanent supportive housing vouchers, which have allowed, and rapid rehousing vouchers, which have allowed folks who have limited income to be able to get housed and get the services that they need to stay housed, because oftentimes those vouchers come with case management services to help people. The first 90 days for somebody who has been unhoused is the most crucial in helping people stay housed. So we've already built that into our support when we are able to help somebody get housed. So I can't say for sure that somebody might be in the program for 3 years. I will say that they need to be making progress towards housing goals. And that's at the discretion of their case. That would be at the discretion of their case manager. But our intention is to have people housed much more quickly than 3 years, for sure.
Thank you very much.
Councilmember O'Neill, did you raise your hand? Oh, I thought I saw a little blip there. Other questions, comments?
Maybe we can clarify the 3 years where it states 3 years in the staff report and what that means.
Would that be city attorney?
Yes. So the obligation in the settlement agreement is that we will maintain the program for 3 years. So that's the condition that we've agreed as part of the settlement agreement. That doesn't preclude the city from keeping the program in place longer if it determines that it's a successful program and that there's funding for it. But our settlement agreement obligation will only be 3 years.
Thank you.
All right. Oh, Councilmember Vaterlos.
And the city of Pacifica does contribute to the resource center now. And I believe the county homeless funds go to the resource center also. So wouldn't that help with this program?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
Okay,
sorry, I should have addressed you.
No. It's okay. Yes, absolutely. We, as I mentioned, we have funding through Unhoused on the Coast. Actually, it's through the Department of Housing for Unhoused on the Coast outreach work, which includes outreach to folks who live in Pacifica, but not just people who live in motorhomes. So that is a program for all unhoused folks between Pacifica and Half Moon Bay. So absolutely, those were the funds that I referenced as leveraging for this program. The thing that isn't necessarily covered are the extra staff time that would need to basically coordinate a program that doesn't exist right now. Doing things we already do, totally fine. Doing new things requires additional resources.
Okay, great. Thank you for that clarification. And City Manager, I think you were referring to when Anita said Department of Housing, I was thinking State Department of Housing or the county. So it sounds as though there are other resources that you have in mind and would be possibly available to assist with putting this program together. If I'm understanding tonight that what's being asked is approval of a memorandum of understanding to develop an operations agreement for how the specifics of this program. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So we don't have all the specifics at this time. It would be the council's indication that they wish for that to go forward. Are there any further comments or questions? I'm seeing none. Therefore, I think we are ready for a motion.
Tiger has his hand up.
Oh, sorry. I missed that.
No worries. And part of that is my willingness to make the motion, so I'll do that also. And of all the nuance that's gone into this settlement agreement, as is sometimes stated, we have discussed the settlement agreement in some of the closed session meetings. And so if our conversation isn't as robust as it might otherwise be for some agenda items, it's because we have discussed some of the in and outs, and that's where we are and why we're not quite as verbose as in some meetings we are. So that being said, I move to adopt the resolution approving, City Attorney, do I need to do both points separately, or can I do it all as one motion?
You can do it all as one motion.
Thank you. I move to adopt the resolution approving execution of settlement agreement between the City of Pacifica and plaintiffs Sean Geary, Linda Miles, Jared Carr, Harry Bode, and Stephen Saunders, and approving the MOU with PRC for development and implementation of a safe parking permit program. And I move to adopt the resolution authorizing a temporary full-time community service officer position in the police department for unhoused liaison services and oversized vehicle ordinance enforcement.
I'll second.
And with the motion by Councilmember Big Stick as stated, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Beer, I'll call the roll call vote starting with Councilmember Big Stick.
Yes.
Councilmember Vaterlas.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Beer.
Yes.
Mayor Beckmeyer.
Yes.
And the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, council members. Before we go on to item 13, I'd like to take a 5-minute break. It is now 9:42. Let's resume our session at 9:47.
Wait, and I'd like to thank everyone involved here. Leah, the chief, the city manager, the staff, the council, the resource center, everyone for coming together to make something that should work for our city. And I'd like to thank everyone.
Yeah, I was wanting to say something too, Sue. So thank you for that. I appreciate it. You know, this has been a long time coming, and I feel like the best thing that we can do is give it a chance, right? And like not make conclusions before we've even had an opportunity to implement the program. And so let's start there, and then we'll work together as a community and just keep communicating with us all the time about things that are going on in the community and how you're feeling, and we're going to get this done. So thank you for everybody as well.
Thank you for those comments. Thanks for all the work on this, staff and city attorneys. And we'll take a break until 9:48. Thank you very much.